Mm-hmm. Okay, are y'all ready to roll? Let's see, 1 minute, excuse me. Okay, she's keeping me honest here. Oh. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Is everything okay? Good. Great, thank you. We are ready. All right. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, and it's approximately 5:45 in the evening. And as you can see, we do have all council members present, forming a quorum. And I've asked Councilor Josh Stevens to please lead us in the pledge, if you'll please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. We have 2 executive session items this evening that we're going to take up. This is why we're starting a little bit earlier this evening. And let me read those for you. Agenda item number 2, the City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.074, Personnel Matters, regarding the annual review of the city manager as outlined in the employment agreement. Number 2, Section 551. Regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer, or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney of the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act, RE City of Leon Valley versus 5622 Equity DE LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, DBA Vista Del Rey Apartments, located at 5622 Evers Road. So at this time, 5:46, we'll move to executive session. Thank you. Are we ready to all settle back down so we can start? Thank you. All right. Good evening to each and every one of you that we have not seen when we went to executive session. I'm Mayor Riley, and the council and I have been in executive session on 2 items, and we've reconvened at 6:35. And before we move to agenda item number 5, we will go to agenda item number 4, which is citizens to be heard. So we would like to hear from anyone who would like to address the council this evening on any agenda item or any item that's not on the agenda, or if you need to speak on an agenda item because you have to leave, that would be all right too. So please come forward, state your name and just generally where you reside so that we can keep track of it. That would be great. Thank you, and good evening and welcome. Mr. Campos.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Councilman.
Okay, your needs to be on. Yeah, is it on, the little red light?
Really? Is it on? It's got the green light on?
Okay, very good.
So, good evening.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon or this evening for you. And I wanted to address the council and the mayor on the short-term rental issue. We still have that, and it's not just in my community, it's throughout Leon Valley. And it's like I said, it's an issue that the whole community faces. You know, it affects the issues like safety, as we talked about, like in your neighborhood, and Jed, your neighborhood is this new traffic situation that's going on, safety like that. It's talking about traffic and noise as well as our taxes, not only our hotel occupancy tax, but our property taxes. And so I'd spoken to some of the councilmen after the town hall meeting, and I've asked, could there be a committee to be formed of council or elected officials, however many you'd like, attorneys, city staff, and citizens to provide input in how we can tackle a short-term regulation ordinance that would work for our community. So, you know, some of the key components that, you know, we want to look at is, you know, registering the properties, making sure they have the proper property exemptions, where we can notify them. Because in our area, it is a very big nuisance. Last Saturday, you'll hear from another resident about what happened to us, and I think you may have been aware of it, Mayor and Councilman, as to the extent of the problem. But I don't really know what was documented, but we do have some anecdotal information to provide you. You know, we talked about during our last appearance here, which was the last council meeting and town hall, you know, there was a lot of dialogue, and the council voted to take no action whatsoever. They directed staff, don't look at it any further. We're not in agreement. So, you know, we're trying to figure out how we can work together. As I mentioned to Josh, Mr. Stevens, I said, I'm coming to my elected officials. This is an issue, and it's an issue for the entire community. How can we get this resolved? So, you know, we've talked about issues like hot tax, and I was doing some research out of the Airbnb site, and they actually allow communities to register with them so that taxes are advertised on their site and they're collected and remitted to the municipality. And we've got some as small as Kyle, Texas. You've got the water-oriented recreational district of Comal County. That's a small area. we've got the Harris County, and so there's a lot of communities that can
Okay.
help with that. And then the last thing, I know the houses in our area are claiming a homestead exemption and are cheating all the residents of their property tax.
Okay, very
Okay?
good. Thank you
So
for those
thank you.
comments, Mr. Campos. Do appreciate it. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside. Thank you.
Thank you for
Salcedo.
giving me a minute. I was here a few weeks ago. My name is Roger Salceda. I live at 6607 Adair Drive. I've been there for 32 years. Very quiet area for a long time. Now I have an Airbnb across the street. A couple weekends ago, and I have been here a few weeks ago complaining about it. A couple weekends ago, they had a party. And that's all this house is going to be, a party. Especially now that summer's coming because they have a swimming pool in the back. I had 30 people in my yard. In my yard. Not across the street, not in the street. In my yard. From this party that they had. We call the police, like you all advised us to do. Which is, I know they're busy. I used to be a policeman myself. So, it took them 25 minutes to get there. And I know they're busy. I don't fault them because I've done the work. But when you got 30 people in your yard, they're smoking marijuana, drinking beer, and all that stuff, I know what marijuana smells like. Am I supposed to go outside and take care of this myself? You know? Because 25 minutes is a long time. Even though they're not destroying anything, it's just the point that for 32 years I've lived there, never had a problem. And now, because we have that place across the street, it's going to be like that every weekend. Okay? We also, I don't know if you know the street, Countess Adria, we have the castle. And they're looking at putting that up as an Airbnb. And you can imagine, come stay at a castle. It's going to be very attractive. So, and we have the other Airbnb on Countess Adria. So our neighborhoods, forget it now. Okay? And I just wanted to come up here, y'all, to remind you all that this is happening. And it's not going away. As a gentleman came up here and said, oh, we'll get used to it. No, we don't have to get used to it. We've been like this for 32 years, and we shouldn't have to get used to it. So, thank you for giving me a minute.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Do appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I just wanted to respond
Yes.
to that particular call. We did look up the call.
right.
It came in as suspicious activity as a priority 4. So we don't even get notified until the officers become available. We had 4 officers on a domestic disturbance case. And so when those officers got released from that case, they didn't get dispatched out until later on. It was a 4-minute response time from the time they got dispatched out to the time
Oh,
that
yeah.
they responded to you. So
The
I just
Deon
wanted to
Valley's
mention
always
that.
been fast
Yeah.
to come if we call. Always. And I understand that on the weekends, they're busy. I don't fault the police at all. Okay? But 30 people in my yard, this is,
Okay.
I mean, imagine your yard and 30 people in your yard.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Salcedo, for those comments. Anyone else like to address the council? Please come forward. Yes, good evening. And
Thanks, I
welcome.
appreciate
Oh,
the opportunity
okay.
and time to chat with y'all. Sorry, retired Marine, so.
Oh, that's okay.
you
Name
know.
and where you live, please.
Lynn Kimball, I
Lynn
live
Kimball.
at 7710 Stebbins Street, over in Monte Robles Park over there. So I want to talk about actually what's up on the screen, the John Marshall, the school, I didn't have an opportunity before. I was on travel, so I didn't get a chance to do it once before. So I read down through the school's, note or response to the council, and it kind of struck me entertaining or kind of funny that they wrote in there that they were really concerned about a one-way in and a one-way out. All right. Like I said, I spent 31 years in the Marine Corps. I spent almost 20 years of that doing embassy security or security forces type stuff with nuclear facilities, whatever you call it, right? To be honest with you, that's what you want. One way in, one way out. You don't want multiple avenues to get into a building or out of a building. The more restrictive you can get, obviously, is great. You do want exit routes to get out, which if you close down them 2 roads, actually you would have exit routes to get out because everybody's going to be exiting by foot, and movement. And by the way, you're supposed to have rally points and all the things that are supposed to go with those types of things. So when you talk about security and you talk about one way in, one way out, kind of strikes me funny that the school or North Side came back with that. In addition, if you drive around North Side School District, you'd probably be surprised at how many schools have one way in, one way out. So the argument works at Northside, but I guess it doesn't apply potentially to other schools or other areas out there. So again, being a security guy, knowing that side of the house of it, with some extremely high level security, it just, again, it doesn't make any sense to me. If I was going to prevent, a situation or something at Northside School District, I would not have 3 entry-exit control points. There's absolutely no way. And then on top of it, the way they did their parking lots and things like that just doesn't make any sense at all from a security person's perspective on that side for it. The other thing is they argued in there about first responders. Oh, we got to have access to first responders. So I went back and I thought, well, okay, kind of makes sense. But then I thought about it and thought, well, where's the fire department? Where's the police station? And every time I looked at it, I kept thinking, well, you're going to go up Bandera and out Eckerd, or you're going to come, if you come from the other side, Abraham Lincoln. You wouldn't come through the neighborhood anyway, unless you were on Everts. That would be the only one. So again, you got one situation, but your major ambulances, fire department, and where your police force all would not use or would not come through there, because actually it would take you longer to get there and get to the situation on that. In there, they also talked about, oh, hey, we downsized from 38 buses to 22 buses. Well, they need to go back out and count because they got bus drivers going through that neighborhood. I've been out there twice now, and the least number I counted was 39 buses that have gone through or go through that neighborhood. And, that's from both sides of it. It's not that hard. All you got to do is sit on Huebner and watch them come and go, because you can see both streets that are on those sides on that. And then, they talk about in there, safety concerns.
Mr. Kimball, if you could just
Okay.
summarize that really quick.
Well,
Thank you. We have a 3-minute
2 things.
limit.
You got, safety concerns, but yet they're drag racing up and down the road. They'll come around the corner and they get the straight stretch that goes up the road past our place, and they, no kidding, literally drag racing.
Okay.
All right. And the last thing
Definitely.
I'll point out is I've had 4 vehicles go through my lot, through ours. One of them, my wife is outside in the yard and the truck went rolling through. We got the license plate number, nothing. The other one, if you go look at the tire tracks, it was 15 feet from the house.
Okay.
All right. It's
Thank you
not
for that.
on the side or on the curb. It's 15. So, if we're looking at safety, we're looking at the kids. You really need to go back and take a look at it, because to me, it's actually even worse than it was
All
before.
right. Appreciate your concerns. Thank you, Mr. Kimball. All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir. If you'll please state your name and where you reside. Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dave Shippey. I
Okay.
represent Vista Del Rey Apartments, and I wanted to give the council.
Shippey?
Hi. I want to give the council an update on the status of the lawsuit and the certificates of occupancy. So we recently updated all the fire lanes, and they're now meeting code compliance. So that's been approved by the fire inspector. We've also replaced all of the, or we've gotten all the light bulbs on the property, exterior light bulbs working at the property. And finally, we've submitted a proposal to the city to bring all the stairs up to code compliance. So we're working with the city right now to get that approved. Once we get the approval on that, we'll mobilize a team and get all the stairs up to code compliance. That should be the last remaining item that will allow us to get certificates of occupancy for all the buildings. So we hope to get that approved this week and get going.
Okay, very good. Thank you for those that update on the Vista Del Rey. We appreciate it, Mr. Shippey. All right, anyone else? Yes. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, Council, Mayor, everyone, fam. My name is John Sines. I live at 6514 Thunderbird. And I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Kimball said. I mean, we've been living in the neighborhood for a little bit longer. And some of the safety precautions that we've had to put up with the help of Melinda and the team are, so we're paying for a light at the front of our property. It's actually coming out of my wife's account. She doesn't know it, so don't tell her. So we have a light that lights up the turn. Melinda put up some signage on the curve because we've had a couple of accidents, one almost a near fatality, and they're speeding through. And so we do need help, whether it's coming from the school or the other direction. We can't do anything else to stop them. You know, I have probably 30 reflectors. It looks ridiculous. So if you drive by my house, there's a bunch of orange and yellow spray paint on the trees, reflectors on Amazon that I purchased, again, out of my wife's account. And, you know, just doing our best and our due diligence along with your help, but we need more help. Like if we don't do more to help, like the Kimballs are going to leave the neighborhood. They're going to sell their property, and it's going to be unfortunate because they're great people and they have a great family, probably some great grandchildren to come. And so it's like, how do we retain them? We need to keep them. They're going to pay their taxes too. So whatever we can do to maintain the neighborhood, the sanctity and the safety for our students and our residents, like please help us. Like we're literally begging you. So whatever, we're looking forward to the proposals at the schools.
We will be taking that up next.
And then we can hopefully take some action.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So if there's no other comments during citizens to be heard, we'll move then to agenda item number 5, possible action on issues discussed in executive session. If necessary, we did have an update on the Vista Del Rey, and we do not have any action to report then. We started our city manager, Dr. Caldera's personnel evaluation. We are not finished. We will finish it after the end of the meeting. So just wanted to let you know that. Then moving on to presentations. 6.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider traffic calming actions in the Monte Robles Park subdivision. And we have our Public Works Director, Melinda Mortz, here to present. So we'll hear from her. And we do have 2 representatives from Northside, Mr. Haley, the principal, and the Board of Directors, Melissa Chumbley, if you would like to say anything after Ms. Moritz's presentation, and then we'll open it up for the citizens and the council, and then we'll go from there. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening and welcome.
So it is to brief the citizens and City Council of our ongoing traffic calming efforts, just trying to keep everybody in the loop as we move forward. And this is on the streets that surround John Marshall High School in the Monte Robles Park subdivision. And here's your school. This is Eckert Road. Here's Robin Lane. It comes in one way here. This is Bluebird Lane over here, and here's Thunderbird. Just a little background. We all know the high school underwent remodeling after becoming a law enforcement and medical magnet high school. The citizens in the surrounding neighborhood object to the traffic that's going through their neighborhood, the traffic congestion during the morning, lunch, and after school hours, students throwing trash, and the vehicles racing along Thunderbird. And here's just a background again on the plan. In March, they created a long-term traffic calming plan. Northside was to assist with traffic control in right-of-way acquisition on Bluebird and Eckert. Leon Valley was to construct a concrete median at Robin and Lobo lanes and install left and right turn striping at Bluebird and Eckert. San Antonio was to provide traffic striping on Eckert and then also revise the signal timing at Eckert and Bluebird. This is the original long-term plan. So this is Eckert Road down here, this is Robin here, and this is Bluebird here. And originally it was decided that the cars would come in, go down here, turn through this parking lot, come back out onto the street. Here's the front of the school, and then be routed back out Bluebird onto Eckert. The buses would come in this way, drop the kids off over on this side, and then head back out. So far, San Antonio has increased the length of the signal at Eckert and Bluebird. We installed more speed limit signs, the new chevron signs on Thunderbird. We removed a monument at the corner of Chaparral and Huebner that was blocking vision. We performed the traffic counts on Thunderbird. In fact, we still have a traffic count sign up. And we're in the process of creating a school zone on Huebner at Balky. Northside installed the delineators on Lobo Lane at Robin in front of the school. So proposals by the residents include speed humps on Thunderbird and other traffic calming, but they didn't like that idea. They would like more law enforcement present during school rush hours. They considered closing the roads, but it was determined this was not feasible. And then they would like to encourage school traffic to exit at Eckert on Bluebird rather than through the neighborhood. Leon Valley does not have officers that can be dedicated to school rush hours, nor does Northside. Persons picking up and dropping off students use this neighborhood to get to the school. Delineators that were installed on Lobo at Redbird have caused more traffic backups and increased concern for student safety. We were going to recommend the removal of the delineators, but we met with Northside at the school this morning and actually found out that they're helping instead of hurting. We've had to do some, they had to do some training of the parents on how to get in and out, as with any kind of new traffic device. And so we're going to give that a couple more weeks to see if that doesn't settle down and everybody learns how to use that area. Basically, this is Robin coming in. Right now you've got delineators that go right here. This is a little red island, and so the traffic comes in this way and then comes down this road here, drops off children, comes up here. We've got some chevron signs here and a stop sign, and they can either take a right or they can go that way out to the rest of Bluebird Lane. So we are working right now to acquire right-of-way along Bluebird to widen the roadway. We're going to make a right-hand turn lane. Northside was going to provide more law enforcement along with Bexar County and San Antonio to monitor and move traffic on Bluebird and Lobo. And then we suggest other traffic calming measures. Well, I want to put some speed cushions at the intersections in Monte Robles Park, and then midway along Thunderbird if we can come to a compromise with those residents. Do not want to remove the delineators yet. We want to see what happens there. But I do want to install some rubber wheel stops in certain areas, and I'm working on that plan right now, and I'll bring that back to the council so that you can see what that plan is. And I think that's going to help at the front of the school and to move people out onto Eckert rather than go through the neighborhood.
Okay.
And this is what the speed cushions, they're these low, flat, but they're very wide. And so if you come to a stop sign, you drive over them, but it's not so high that it messes up with a fire truck or a police, but it's also wider than a normal speed hump. When you have landscaping companies that have a truck with a trailer, these are a lot quieter than a normal speed hump.
Melinda, can I ask a question about this picture? This is buttressing up a sidewalk, and in Monte Robles, there's no sidewalks. So I know part of their concern was that the people would just go around these. So how would you respond to that?
I would put these at the intersection, number one, and then we would have to create something on the sides of whatever one we want put on Thunderbird so that they didn't go up into the yards.
Okay.
But at the stop signs, I think that would work.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So the intersection at Stebbins and Thunderbird,
Yes,
it's a
sir.
three-way. So would this fill up that whole intersection, I guess? Would you go all the way over when you're in the intersection and then go down?
I
Or
was
is there-
thinking just across Thunderbird at Stebbins, because the kids right there is when they're picking up speed and running that stop sign to get down the neighborhood.
So like right before the stop sign, or,
At the
right
stop
at the
sign,
stop
so
sign.
that they're actually forced to stop.
gotcha. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Thank you.
And so the speed cushions cost about $7,500 a set. If you were to do the whole neighborhood, you're looking at about $60,000. But I think we could start with 2, as long as we could find a compromise on where else on Thunderbird to put the speed cushion.
Okay.
You're too far down. By the time they get to yours,
They'll
they're
take it.
full.
Okay. Yes. Dr. Caldera.
The only other thing for y'all to consider, because it did come out of one of our Northside meetings, of whether or not you want to make Monte Robles, it's already a 20-mile-an-hour area, but whether or not you want to dedicate that as a school zone area. So that's just so whether or not you want the cushions and whether or not you want to dedicate that entire area as a school zone area.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Let me, Mr. Haley and Board Trustee Chumbley, did you all have any response to our presentation this evening? And welcome. We're so glad to see you again. Thank you. So I don't, can you, I guess somebody just needs to explain to me about the delineators. So those things don't let you go in a certain direction, right? So you're just trying to shove all the traffic in front of the high school, is that right? I want to understand. There you go.
Okay, so they're flexible. They bend. If
Okay,
you hit
yeah.
them, they bend down to the ground. But there's a whole line of them right here that you can see. And so when this person comes in, they can't just jack over to this side automatically. They have to come in and go this way. And then they can drop off the kids if they want, either on this side or they can try and move over here. But you've got traffic coming in on this side over here. So it keeps them separated.
Oh, okay, there's two
And the
different
new
ways.
idea is to put their rubber wheel stops so that they're not sticking up like a delineator. It's actually a 3-inch tall rubber wheel stop that we would put in line with these delineators all the way to here, and then have people merge from that lane into this lane and come around.
Okay, all right. And can people go to the right into Bluebird too, at the end of that road?
They
Okay,
sure can.
because I thought I was getting a complaint that they couldn't.
The road is not closed off. There are some
Okay.
chevron signs right here that guide people over, and that's to make these people merge.
Okay.
But once they get to this point, they can either go that way or they
Or
can come
they
out.
could go to
And then,
Eckerd.
of course, over here, those people can take a right and go down to Thunderbird.
To Thunderbird. Okay, thanks for that clarification. Do appreciate it. Okay.
Just
Good evening and welcome
good
again. I'm
evening.
sorry to have
Thank you.
interrupted you.
No, and thank you for letting us know that y'all were going to be speaking about this. We appreciate that. I think there's one thing that I really need to clarify is that the plan that Melinda, Ms. Moritz, that you were talking about, that was
The original long-term
that
plan, yes,
original
what happened to
long-term
that?
plan, that really wasn't the long-term plan. So that was really what we were talking about more if we needed it during the construction phase.
Okay.
And so the way that it's been explained to me is that when we're looking at trying to get approval in relation to traffic patterns and all the rest of it, that we wanted to submit something to Leon Valley to get your input on it as to kind of what your feelings were as that. But we are still in the process of purchasing land, and that is not going to be the long-term plan. That was an idea to get your feel of what y'all were looking at. Would this be something that you would approve? And then we needed to go back and look at how was that going to impact us and impact our school. And so that really is not a long-term plan.
Okay.
So I think,
Do you have,
right, and it's a draft because it really isn't. And we don't yet because we're still in the process.
you don't have an updated plan, is what I'm
Right,
going to ask
right.
you. So you don't have anything on paper yet?
We don't
Okay.
have that yet.
Okay.
I did have some questions, though, because I know, and I really appreciated when we all met at Marshall and talked about some things that we could do to work together. And a couple of those where we were going to work, our police department and y'all's police department were going to work together and talk to each other about some times that we could possibly come by and be a presence there. And I don't know if that has,
I'll ask
if
Dr.
that has
Caldera to
really
give that
happened,
update.
happened or not.
Yes.
I responded to that email and follow-up, and Chief Gonzalez is here. We've been doing what we said, which is after the Christmas breaks and after we've been increasing patrol in that area, we've tried to reach out to the department to get a schedule. They have been unsuccessful. I think they talked a little bit today, and so they're going to work with it.
Okay, good, because I wanted to make sure that, and then the other is that we wanted to make sure that the residents and that y'all had, the Mr. Halley's number and that y'all had the Marshall police officer's number as well. Because in talking to some of the parents earlier, or the other citizens earlier, that there were issues about kids still doing trash, leaving trash in their yards. And then Mr. Kimball had indicated that a student had run through his yard. And so we still want to be good neighbors about that and try to do what we can to help with those situations. So that's another thing that I would like to have us reach out to and make sure that we are doing that we are still communicating with the citizens that live in Monte Robles as well. But we don't have yet, unfortunately, we don't have a long-term draft. I was really hopeful because I've been driving through the neighborhood that the speed sign was going to help, but I'm hearing that that's not having the same impact as what I was hoping that it would. But I just wanted to make sure that we had followed through on the things that we had agreed about at that last meeting. And Dr. Caldera, if you have any problems with reaching our police chief, please reach out to me and let me know.
I think they got it.
Okay.
Today they were able to figure it out.
All right. And so I'm real anxious to see what y'all's next moves are and
Yes.
how we can be a
Well,
partner with you.
right, because I really think it's got to be a partnership as far as the policing, our police and your police together, because, that's what I'm hearing from
Well,
my
and
staff.
I hope that we can get the speed zone, the school zone in that area as well. I'm just disappointed that they weren't. I thought that we would have more progress at this point
Okay, yes.
from both of us.
Exactly. Well, we'll continue to, and we're supposed to meet, we're supposed to have another follow-up meeting, so we'll try to schedule that as
Well,
well.
I needed the answers for tonight. So
Yes,
we need to address
exactly.
the two issues, speed pads and school zones. And so if we can get those addressed, we can set up a follow-up meeting.
Right.
So
Okay.
just,
Counselor Bradshaw, go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to hear from the citizens again, if they are okay with the, not speed bumps, what are they called?
Speed pads.
The speed pads,
Cushions.
they want to try that. And
Thank
then
you.
also, I'm just curious with the flashing speed sign. I know when it was first installed, we got some statistics of times of day and number of cars and speeds. I just wonder over time, since it's been a few months now, if that has changed at all. People just have seen it and now they just ignore it,
Okay.
or has there been a decrease at all, or has
Okay.
it been the same?
I don't, Melinda, do you have that, or Chief? Yes, go ahead.
We've still got it running, so I want to have it run for one more week on the other side so that I can get the new data.
Okay, thank you. And is that it? Okay. Counselor Martinez.
Yes, this was for Mrs. Chumley. I don't know if the answer to this, do the school police, can they give speeding tickets?
They're peace officers. Yes, sir. They're
Okay.
Okay.
So this is just my own thought. If our police department can just even get out there a couple times a week and just everybody that's speeding, just give them a ticket. And you're doing the same thing. Let the kids be your ambassadors, because they're going to go out and they're going to, if you get one person gets a ticket, they're going to tell their friends, hey, I got a ticket going down Thunderbird, you better watch it. So, it's going to be a force multiplier. And, if you can just patrol that area heavy for a while and let the students do the hard work for you, I think that would really help.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Ms. Chumley. Ms. Haley.
Yes.
I think one thing you mentioned is if you could provide the phone number for Mr. Haley and for the police chief to the citizens, I know they would appreciate that. As Mr. Martinez mentioned, I think one of the things we discussed during that meeting, it was either November or December that we had that meeting, was when school came back into session after the holiday break, really coordinating and making sure that, hey, during the morning rush, during the afternoon rush, if you light somebody up and you have them there, and then throughout the process of that morning's rush, everybody sees somebody pulled over, that has a powerful impact, right? It changes behavior in a way that, a flashing sign is never going to. Even some of the other measures that we've considered, somebody's going to speed over a speed hump, right? We've seen that it doesn't really actually have an impact on reducing speed. With these, the wider you make the platform, the lower the reduction of speed that actually results. I did have a question for Ms. Moritz. As you were going through the presentation, you mentioned that the delimiters we had looked at, and the city was going to make the recommendation to remove those up until this morning. So I'd like to have some more information about that, because I know what I've heard from the citizens is they felt since those delimiters went into place that it's been worse in the neighborhood. And as a result, I'm just curious why the change in the recommendation from when the packet was put together to today. And it seems like, Northside may be considering, it's helpful for their traffic analysis or for their in and out in the mornings and the evenings. But are they looking at it from the entirety of the neighborhood, or are they only looking at it from the front of the school?
We received 2 complaints from our residents about them, and they said, oh my gosh, this is terrible. This was 1 week after they were put in. And so people hadn't learned the traffic pattern yet. When we met with Northside this morning, I spoke with the principal, and he said that actually he's gotten parents thanking him for the new traffic pattern because it was now not this cluster of trying to get in and out with 3 lanes. Now it's 2 lanes, and they can actually get out faster, and he's been thanked for it. So I'm taking him at his word.
Okay, very good. Mr. Orozco and then Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. Melinda, excuse me for being redundant, but last time that we talked about this, I had mentioned that I had talked to some of the students, and the reason that they go down to Heavener is because it takes so long to get out on Eckert. And we talked about increasing the light, traffic light, for them to be able to exit out on Eckert. Has that been worked on at all?
Yes, sir. The city of San Antonio has lengthened the signals timing.
Right. Okay. Mr. Stevens.
So I'm curious, also going back to the delineator issue. So the 2 residents that you heard complaints from, what street do they live on?
One lives in the Sun Valley subdivision up off of Evers, right next to the park. And the other one, I'm not sure where that one's from.
Bluebird.
Bluebird.
Okay, so one is from the neighborhood, and
One
then-
is from the neighborhood, and I have a comment from him, and I'll read it as soon as we're ready. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, because I am kind of curious. Well, actually, do you want to
Okay,
read that
yeah,
comment?
sure, let
'Cause
me
I'm-
do that. It's from Mr. Oscar Garza, and he's lived there his whole life. Went to John Marshall. His father, who's like 96, lives there too. And so they live on he lives on Bluebird. And he called me about a week ago, and then now he sent an email this afternoon. And it says, "It makes no sense. I attended Marshall when the population was much larger. I lived behind Marshall. They closed 1 lane to go into the neighborhood for no particular reason. It's bad for safety, it's bad for fire, it's bad for the traffic to get into my subdivision. I speak on behalf of Monte Robles area. Please inform the rest of the council members. I may not make the meeting tomorrow, but you have a picture now." And so he's attached a picture of, I'm not sure what that is. That doesn't look like a delineator. But anyway, I don't know what it is. I'm not a traffic person, but that a delineator I thought was up, right? This is flat. Oh, it's way over there. Okay. So there's 3 that are okay, there we go. Thank you. I was looking here. Okay, so let me pass that down. Anyway, that's Mr. Garza. So, and I know he was really upset about that. I'm sorry?
Didn't shut down the street.
Yeah.
Is he talking about these Chevron signs? Yeah. So those
Yes.
are right here.
Yes.
So right here is the 3 Chevron signs, and then there's a stop sign here. So you're forced to merge into this lane, stop, and then he can proceed forward down Bluebird. So the street is
I think
not
he
closed.
perceived it as he couldn't go down that originally when he called. Yeah.
Excuse me. The street does need better markings, better striping. The stuff that's there is old and faded,
Yeah.
so we need to refresh that as well.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Any other comments from the council? Yes. Mr. Bradshaw?
Just my 2 cents, and then we'll see what the citizens think. I think we should try the speed pads and
sure.
then hold off on the school zone for the whole neighborhood area until we see if the speed pads help.
Okay. Can I ask somebody, what is the advantage of designating it as school zone if it's already 20 miles?
Higher, and
The fines are higher?
and the speed is slower.
Well, it's already 20 miles.
Right,
Oh,
so
it's
it's
15.
just a higher fine. It's
It's just a higher fine, but it's still 20 miles, so there was no difference there. That's what I was asking. So it's a higher fine. Great, thank you. That's what I needed to know. Is that Miss Rouse? Okay. Way back when. Come on in. Good evening and welcome.
Where are we talking about putting the school zone? Because I thought we were talking about putting it on Heavener.
That's a separate issue.
Yeah. This is in the neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay. And then I do have a comment about speed pads since you
Okay.
were talking about. Those are just the rubber speed bumps, right? No, because nobody out there, even the police officers, we don't even know what we're talking about. And when we Google
had a picture.
the speed pads,
Yeah, we had a
all
picture.
that comes up is those rubber speed bumps. So
We had a picture up here. It's a big, huge, wide, yeah. Yeah. Right.
How tall is it?
Yeah.
And where do those go?
Monte Robles and Stebbins to begin with. Not Monte Robles, Thunderbird and Stebbins is the first one is recommended at the stop sign.
At the stop sign. Where's but there's no curb.
I know, we talked about that. I'm sorry, Melinda said they were going to build it up so they couldn't go around. Yeah, on both sides. Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So,
Mr. Hefner?
Ms. Rouse, to your question, in the research that I did independently as I was preparing for this presentation, think of 3 tiers of some sort of hump in the road, right? What you would see in a parking lot would be a traditional speed bump, right? Very narrow but high. So if you go fast over it, it's going to bottom out your car. And so that slows people down to like 5 to 10 miles an hour. It's usually used in parking lots. Well, yeah, we're not all. If you have the jacked up truck or suspension or your minivan at work, right? The second tier would be what you commonly see on like non-arterial roadways, which would be like almost a speed hump, right? So it's a little bit wider. There's usually 3 of them, and you can have wheel wells in the middle, so you could kind of like only get 2 of your wheels on it. That's designed so that an emergency vehicle could go through them without being slowed down, because those separations are at the width of what an emergency vehicle would be. And then the third would be this depiction, which is kind of a plateau style. And all of them in the vernacular bit get called speed bumps or speed humps. And so what I mentioned earlier was the narrower and the taller of a bump you have, the slower you have to go. And for something like this, the wider the platform is, it doesn't actually decrease speed. But to Ms. Moritz's point, right, can we try it at an intersection and see, does it deter people? Does it actually like remind them that there's a stop? Another point, Ms. Moritz, I would bring up, just because I see it every day, is there's actually 2 white stripes on Thunderbird when you're leaving from the school and going to that stop sign. The first white stripe is actually the end of an existing school zone, and a lot of times people think that's where you're supposed to stop. The second one is the actual white line that marks the stop sign. And so I think that may also be some confusion, when we talk about better markings around streets. How can we better tell drivers what's expected of them in terms of behavior? So I think that's something to consider.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please go forward. If anyone would like to weigh in on this, and I know you live in the neighborhood
Cynthia
as well.
Kimball, I live on the corner of Stebbins and Thunderbird.
Okay, right
so
there.
So is that thing going to be going to the school or coming from the school into our neighborhood? At which stop sign?
Ms. Moritz, I think it's right at that stop sign, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's right at the stop sign on Thunderbird at Stebbins, but
Right.
we're only going to do the one.
I know. It's a 3-way stop. Is it going to be at my house or at Jed's house? At that stop sign.
Thunderbird.
She wants it at your house.
It's going to be right here.
House. This is the school?
No, school's up here. This
Yeah.
is Thunderbird.
Okay. Your house.
So,
Okay.
Ms. Moritz, the question there would be, are those platforms large enough that if a car were stopped, the entire car would stop on the plateau?
I haven't looked. I don't know. I'll have to look at the width for you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Sines, go ahead. We'll certainly hear from you again.
Thank you so much. So, John Sines, 651 for Thunderbird. So, the first time we spoke, and the gentleman came by and spoke about the traffic light in front of the school and how it was adjusted.
It was.
I like to challenge that only because I've sat there for like 4 minutes. It is like one of the longest lights in the city, and I'm not joking. Like, it's really bad.
You mean longer than this one here on the corner? Yeah.
They must be
That's
brother
a long
and sister.
one.
But it's
Yeah.
really, so I would just maybe somebody go check it who has some authority, because it's actually like, I don't think it's corrected. And if there's a lot of students packed up, they're going to have to wait 4 minutes, and it's just piling up.
All right. Ms. Moritz, you were in that meeting in December where we had the city of San Antonio traffic engineer there. Go ahead.
He can't time it out the way that we all want it timed out.
Right.
Because it affects all the other lights on Eckerd Road.
Right.
And so he has tightened it up as much as he can without interfering with the signals all the way down, because all of those signals are synchronized. And so he's tightened it as good as he can, and yes, there still is a wait. Hopefully, if we get some right-of-way on Bluebird and make a dedicated right-hand turn, that alleviates some of it anyway.
Right. It's a challenge. Okay. Yes, Jessica, good evening and welcome.
So
Good evening. Thank you. Jessica Sines, 6514 Thunderbird at Monte Robles. I do like the idea of the speed pad, and I also would like to extend an invitation to Ms. Chumley and Mr. Haley to please come to my house during lunchtime when the kids leave. I will feed you lunch, and you can sit and watch with us the drag racing that happens when they come side by side down Thunderbird during lunch, which is when that really bad accident happened on my property. I appreciate all the efforts. I do notice some difference. We still have issues, of course, with trash and kids being kids. I get it. But I would definitely, I think my opinion is that, with some enforcement from you guys, when the kids see you guys out there, maybe you can take one lunch break once a week and come and see. And even in the early afternoon, like anywhere between 3 and 4, when some of them are starting to leave campus, when they speed really bad. But I'm hoping that would be a good deterrent because then it would force them to stop and they wouldn't pick up as much speed coming down the street. So hopefully, but yeah, Ms. Chumley, you have my number. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Any action that the council would like to take this evening? Yes.
I would like action, please. So
Exactly.
one on the speed pad and one on the school zone, please.
Okay. So the motion for the speed pad, please.
I'll echo what Mr. Bradshaw suggested, that we, try out the speed pad, as Ms. Moritz has suggested. I agree. I would hold off on the school zone. That's, I don't see a higher fine as a real deterrent. It's kind of a retroactive or reactive, whereas, I think we want to be more proactive in our solutions.
Okay.
So
I'll make a motion
Yeah.
to
Okay.
proceed with a speed pad and to hold off on a school zone.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. So we have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to add a speed pad on Thunderbird and Stebbins in the Monte Robles area and to hold off on designating that area as a school zone for the time being. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you. We'll try that, and then we'll continue our dialogue with Northside so we can and have lunch at Jessica's house. Okay. All righty. Y'all, thank you so much. Really appreciate your coming in this evening. All right. All right. Thank you all very much for coming this evening. We greatly appreciate your input. Have a good evening. Drive safely. All right. Next up is our police chief, and he is going to present the Leon Valley impound lot update. We have discussion and possible action. Good evening,
Mayor,
Chief, and welcome.
My update, as you know, I came to council and requested permission to move my impound lot, your impound lot, so we could streamline services. We can handle the daily business in a shorter time period. We could streamline all of our operation. The address, 6320 Jeff Loop, directly behind the police department. That's it right there. That's after Public Works did some clearing. It was full of brush. I'm here because of this tree. It is 14 inches in diameter. And it is right in the middle of the lot.
I know. And Mr. Hefner has a comment he wants to
Chief, I'll save you
say.
some time. I'll make a motion that we allow you to cut down that tree.
I'll second.
I'll take the firewood.
Well, that's not the only thing he's asking for now. But anyway.
Okay.
Save you some time.
All right. So I am gonna leave some trees.
Well, you're also going to plant more trees.
yes, and
So
I'm
that's what
gonna
I really
plant more
love.
trees.
Thank you.
Okay. We can't put any more trees on the lot.
Right.
Because it would hinder the operations. But we can put 14 other trees along the
Great.
hiking trail. So we're here, and I need to update you. Since I put this together,
Okay.
I'm getting my bids back. So I will probably be able to do half of what I was going to do because prices have gone up that much. So I'm going to have to, the move will have to take 2 years or more instead of 1 year.
Okay, so we had $20,000 set aside, right? So it's 40,000? Uh-oh, more than that. I can tell it on your face.
ARP.
We've received one bid.
Oh,
that-
just received one bid.
Right,
Okay.
so we're still in the process of getting our bids, doing our negotiations. Melinda has offered up some of the public
Oh, the
works
Public Works
staff.
have.
So we are working on a solution.
Okay.
So I would just like some
I mean,
direction.
Chief, could we take the existing fence that's in the impound lot and move it over
Are
to
gonna
save
do
money?
that.
You're going to do that? And then what are we going to do with that property that we currently use as the impound lot? Just keep it for Public
go
Works
back to
expansion? Or, excuse me,
I get my spoils yard back.
oh, get your yard back. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, thank you.
It will continue to be used by the city.
Yes, okay. And so you're going to come back with a specific plan and money?
Yes.
Okay.
But right
This
now,
is just an
I
update.
needed to know if I can proceed
Okay.
with the plan that I had initially started.
Oh, okay.
Mayor,
Very
I'd
good.
like to amend my motion if I may.
You may.
All right. I would like to amend my motion to approve cutting down of the 14-inch caliper tree. I would like to ask that the 14 additional trees be planted on the side of the trail closer to El Verde Road, so in between the road and the trail. That would provide a buffer for residents. And I would like to request that a budget adjustment come back to us using ARP funds to allow the chief to accomplish his goals this year.
And I'll second that amendment.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Hefner and a second by Counselor Stevens to give permission to cut down the tree, allow the chief to go forth with his impound lot plants this year using ARP funds, and to plant the additional 14 trees as a buffer along El Verde Road. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't he withdraw his original motion?
Well, I didn't think it was a motion because there was no second.
Yeah, there was a second. So, you know, we have an amendment.
There was no second.
Yeah, we did. There was a second. So we have an emotion and a second, and then an amendment and a second. So, you know, we have to vote on the amendment first and then the motion.
All right, I didn't hear the second, I'm sorry. I
Would it
thought
be
you were
easier just to
facetiously
withdraw it
saying.
all? Withdraw it all and then.
Yeah.
Restate, okay. I'll clear the table,
Mhm.
and I will restate with a new motion to, that's what I
He did, he withdrew it.
Thanks. To approve the chief's plan to cut down the 14-inch tree, to install the 14 additional trees in between the El Verde Road and the hike and bike trail, and to come back with a budget adjustment to allow him to use ARP funds to accomplish the move of the impound lot this year.
And I will second that new motion, and I guess, do I need to do something with my previous?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And it is what it is.
So I'll just repeat the motion that you had made, and that is to approve the chief's plan as presented to remove the 14-inch tree, plant 14 additional trees as a buffer between El Verde Road and the hike and bike trail, and to allow chief to accomplish his move this year using ARP funds. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry.
Thank you,
All
Mayor and
right.
Council.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Moving then to announcements by the mayor and council members. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming and appreciate your input. Gosh, I don't know about y'all, but I thought the town hall meeting was excellent and well attended. As I've said many times, it was democracy in action. And I wanted to thank Dr. Caldera and the staff, and James Lee from the Helotes Echo for live streaming. And also Dr. Caldera, I think it was about 2 days later, she had listened to the whole town hall meeting again and listed and answered all the questions that were brought up at that meeting. That was a lot of work because I was starting it and I didn't finish it. So I appreciate that, Dr. Caldera. And I wanted to thank TechStop for their presence and their presentation, Kathy Hill from the Historical Society, and Chief Naughton, wherever you are, got lots of positive feedback from people that talked to me. They just really loved hearing about emergency preparedness. And I was just talking to our city attorney and said, how did you do in the ice storm in Austin? And guess what saved her? A generator. And that's what we talked about at the town hall meeting. So that's excellent. Thank you. And then also I got a text message today, and I reached out to Crystal Miranda, but I had a citizen who is just so excited about the Jazz Festival. But she said, Mayor, nowhere does it tell you when it's going to end. It just tells you, I think it's 3:30 or something like that. But anyway, I talked to Crystal Miranda, and I texted, and I believe the doors open at 12:30 with the food trucks and stuff. But the music starts at 3:30. She said we're going to have 3 performers. The first 2 will perform for 1 hour each, and the last one will perform for an hour and a half. And the event will conclude at 8 p.m. So if we could just update the conclusion, I think she just didn't know how long it lasted. But thank you for your interest, and we hope to see everyone. It's going to be on Saturday, March the 25th. And then mark your calendars for the Volunteer Appreciation Dinner. We've set it for April the 12th at 6 p.m. at the Conference Center. We haven't had it in 3 years because of COVID. So we're really looking forward to finally honoring our valued volunteers. And then in the consent agenda, you'll see, but I just wanted to make a note. I did not realize this. This is the first time in my memory that in May of 2023, we're actually going to vote on 3 different issues. One is council, place 1, place 3, and place 5. But we also are going to vote on the renewal of the crime control district, which is a 1/8 cent sales tax, and then we're going to vote on renewing the street maintenance reauthorization. It's a 1/4 cent sales tax. So three ballots on May 6th, excuse me. So with that said, if you have any issue, concern, please don't hesitate to contact me or any of your council members. Thank you. Mr. Martinez, why don't we start over there, and we'll go around and see who else has any announcements. Thank you.
All I've got is just a little tidbit that I read about, I believe, today. And this is kind of just amusing. Back in, I think, 1919, there was a guy that got arrested he's part of a gang of horse thieves. And he got sentenced to 99 years in prison. He was released today. He's 117 years old. And he's the only person that's ever served a 99-year sentence.
Okay,
thank you.
Counselor Stevens?
I don't know if that's something to be proud of. That's a difficult one. I wanted to comment really, well, I don't really have a lot to say, but I think my thoughts and prayers go to the people of Syria and Turkey and that hellhole of a disaster that I don't think any of us can really fathom and understand and comprehend the magnitude of such a catastrophic event. I also wanted to compliment Fire Chief Naughton also on the thing. I had heard positive feedback regarding his presentation, and I personally really appreciated it. I think it's very valuable to empower citizens to take the initiative themselves and to not rely so much on government to do everything for them. And so I personally really appreciated that. I thought it was an excellent addition. I do want to talk, before the next town hall or coffee, I want to talk about the video presentations, because I looked around the room, everybody was falling asleep. And so I hope that we can prevent that in the future.
I agree with you.
But other than that,
I would much rather have a live body than a video any day, so thank you for that.
Or just cut the,
yeah.
Cool.
Thank you so much. I appreciate those comments. Yes, Councilor Hefner.
Thank you, Mayor. The one item I'd have is just a correction to something that I mentioned at the town hall regarding the pending legislation with the State House. regarding red light cameras. I had said at the time that House Bill 177 was the bill filed by Representative Cortez. It's actually 167. 177 was also filed. It was the same legislation, but it was a duplicate. So House Bill 167 will be the one moving through the House side. We also received word this morning that Senator Menendez has also filed Senate Bill 446 in the Senate, which is an identical bill. And so we're going to work to get those companion bills moving through committee and to the floor for a vote during this legislative session. So thank you for everyone who has supported those efforts, and we will keep you guys posted.
Thank you. Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor, and happy Black History Month. I'm enjoying all the TV shows that they're showing of black artists that have put out some movies and some books, and I'm really enjoying that. Condolences to my neighbor, the Fearsons. Their mom passed away in Korea, and unfortunately they were not able to go to Korea for the funeral because of COVID restrictions. And just in a note, and one of the things that they were talking about, the Airbnbs, to Mr. Campos is no longer here, but just want to say that I did talk to several realtors and people that do own Airbnbs and say there is a medium where we can work things out, and hopefully we can get please both sides of the story. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect a second on the crisis in Turkey and Syria as well. And just, there's my work is headquartered over in Israel, which is not far. They felt the earthquake, obviously, but not the catastrophe that they did in Turkey and Syria. So just a reminder to hug your loved ones, your family, your friends, and tell them you love them. And keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all bringing that up, too. It was real. Okay. Dr. Caldera, you're next. Thank you.
Sure. So my city manager's report's outside online, and I have forwarded it to you. I need 2 people for my finance director interviews and 2 people for my IT director position interviews. And so if y'all could please let me know. Mr. Martinez, IT?
I'll do the IT.
Anybody want? Okay, Josh, finance. I need 1 more for IT and 1 more for finance.
Surprise me.
You want to do one or the other? Okay.
Ray, it's your turn.
I guess I'll take the IT.
You'll take IT? Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll be alternate, Crystal.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Stevens and Mr. Orozco will be finance, and Mr. Martinez and Mr. Hefner will be.
I have Councilor Orozco and Councilor Stevens for finance.
Yeah,
and I have
that's what I said.
Councilor Martinez and Councilor Orozco for IT.
Oh, wait. No.
Oh,
no,
I'm sorry.
no, Councilor Hefner.
And
Councilor Hefner. So Hefner and Martinez are IT, right?
No, I'm an IT.
He's
You're
on
the
IT. with Mr. Martinez.
Okay, there we go. I got that wrong.
Councilor Hefner
Thank
and
you.
Councilor Stevens is on finance. Sorry.
All righty. Sorry. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, go ahead.
And then I just wanted to thank the Leon Valley staff that came in over the closed ICE holidays. You do have public works staff that spend the night here. You have police that work double shifts and firefighters that stay on for double shifts because of the weather conditions. We did open for limited services on both the days. We normally shut down immediately until we can assess who can get in, and then we start opening up as the days improve. And so you had the majority of your city services available on both of those days. So I just wanted to thank the city staff for that. And that concludes my manager.
You know, it always amazes me how we just freak out when it gets, 32. I don't know. I went downtown both days and there's no ice. Don't tell anybody. But anyway, and everybody was closed. But that's okay. We need to be safe. I understand that. Okay. Consent agenda, 9.1 to 9.7. Anyone like to remove anything for discussion? If not, may I have a motion and second to approve?
So moved.
A second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve consent agenda item 9.1 through 9.7. All those in favor say aye. Yes.
Can I just comment really
Yes.
quickly? I'm fine with approving this. I just think to the public, you should mention who the, it did not say anywhere in the public agenda packet who who the
Yeah.
CPAC?
Well, I thought Mr. Hefner and I were both going to have an appointment on this one, and we had discussed it at the town hall meeting, but I'm understanding that his appointee has not officially resigned yet, so he doesn't have an appointment yet, but he and I had discussed it, and so I was going to appoint Philip Compost, and he was going to appoint another woman, I thought is what we, but anyway, I'll let him appoint her when, but thank you. I noticed that there was a blank there. Yeah. Okay, very good. That's good. All right. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. We're moving then to the regular agenda presentation, and we do have a public hearing and discussion for consider approval of an ordinance granting a zone change from R1 single-family dwelling with sustainability overlay SO to R3 multifamily district with SO on a approximately 2.998 acre tract of land located at 5900 Wurzbach. And this is a first reading, and as you said in the packet, this is a housekeeping item. So,
correct.
Go ahead.
Correct.
And good evening, Mindy.
evening,
So
Mayor.
good to see you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So the question for City Council is to consider approval of an ordinance for a zone change, and that should not be R1, that should be B2, to R3 multifamily dwelling with a sustainability overlay. Approximately 3 acres being Lot 1, Block 1, CB 4429, Cherry Hill Subdivision, Unit 1. Options to approve or deny. So that's basically the same thing. The track is at 5900 Wurzbach Road, also known as the Calypso Apartments.
Mm-hmm.
There's your BCAD map there of the property. The aerial view of the apartments. So some history on this project. In 1969, the property was zoned B2 retail. And then in 1973, it was platted as lots 1 and 2, Block 1, Cherry Hill Subdivision, Unit 1. Also in 1973, only Lot 2 was rezoned from B2 to R3. The apartments were previously allowed in a B2 zone district. The owner intended to construct apartments on both lots, but midway the city changed the code. And the apartment has 92 units and was built in 1974. 13 letters were sent and 1 was undeliverable. And there is no fiscal impact on this because it's an existing apartment complex. And I do have the property manager here, Mr. Zickler, if you have any questions for him.
Hi there. So we were just going through our zoning papers, and we found that this was an error.
Correct.
Okay.
And also our city zoning map is also incorrect. It has R1 on it.
Oh, okay. So we're
It
going to
should
change
be-
that too.
It should be B2. Yes, we're in the middle of changing that as well with the engineers.
Very good. Okay. Attention to detail. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
It was brought up at the zoning meeting that, God forbid, something major disaster was to happen on that property. They could only rebuild it as a single,
B2.
or B2 or R1.
On our
R1.
zoning
You can
map,
only-
it has R1, but it is
Yeah.
B2 zoned.
So, just like the problem we had a few years ago with the churches, where they were zoned, if there was a major fire or something, disaster in their property, they couldn't rebuild. That's the same issue we have here. That this will correct that.
Well, great.
Would
Well,
you
thank
like
you.
this on the consent
Yeah.
agenda the next time?
I'm sorry. I need to.
Sure.
I need to open up a public hearing,
Oh, sorry.
and then yes, let me do the public hearing to see if there's any comment here on this 743 on February the 7th. Anyone like to comment on this particular agenda item? Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll close the public hearing at 7:43. And this is a first hearing, and that means that next meeting we can approve it. And I wanted to ask the council if you'd like to put it on the consent agenda.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Very good. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And did you have anything else to add? All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Then moving on to regular agenda item 10.2. Presentation, discussion, and possible action of a subdivision plat with variance request creating the Grass Hill Estates subdivision being approximately 21.362 acres of land located off Aids Drive, William Rancher Road, Grass Hill Drive, and Samaritan Drive, and more particularly described in subdivision case file 2023-1. And again, this is our first read. We will not have a vote tonight, but we will approve it at the next meeting. And so, Ms. Teague, if you'll continue. Thank you. Oh, yes. Did I say something wrong?
This doesn't need to be done by ordinance, so if you approve it tonight, we just take it to Bear County.
Oh.
Oh, it's a variance
Oh,
resolution.
So we had it.
Action only, when Ms. Teague, I guess, put it in the system, she left the first read on there and didn't change the first read, but it's
Okay. I'm going by the first read. So, all right, so we are able to approve this tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what I'm understanding? Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
And I make a motion, we approve this as written.
Okay.
I'll
Do we have
second.
a second? All right. We have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Stevens to approve Agenda Item 10.2 as presented. Any further discussion? Yes.
I worry that if there is resistance to this, that they'll say that, oh, it only said first read on it, and we were expecting it to come back.
All this does is a plat. You're not discussing zoning on this. This is just making it one
Just
parcel
making it.
because we can't do zoning until it's all one piece.
Okay.
So this is just making it one parcel of land so you can do zoning all at once.
Okay. So if there's like a citizen concern or complaint, can we like redo it again for the formality element?
May I?
Okay, yes. Ms. Morton, I know Mr. Bradshaw had something
The
too.
difference is in your charter, an ordinance takes 2 reads. This is a resolution. Resolutions do not require 2 reads.
Right. What I'm worried about is that
On the
it was agendized like this, and so somebody that lives in the vicinity of this, it might think they have an opportunity to address it next week, because they read it and because they saw first read and they're like, okay,
Right.
well, it's going to have a
Well,
second.
because it's a plat. It's a plat. I mean, it's just making it one. It's not a contentious item that I would caution you. Like if this was a rezoning case or something, and this was
Definitely.
we erred it somehow, I would tell you that I think it's important that y'all bring it back. But because you're just making it one parcel of land, there wouldn't be anybody to object to make it one parcel of land.
Okay. I mean, if
And you have to have it platted before you go to the next step, correct?
And in addition to that, you have to either approve or deny plats within 30 days. You don't have a choice. If it doesn't get approved, then you have to specifically deny it and give the reasons why.
Oh, okay. I don't have a problem with it personally. I just don't want
Certainly.
legal repercussions.
I understand. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I did have a citizen reach out to me and about this, about like, why are we platting it as one big plot of land instead of like acre lots or half acre lots or, like individual plats? And I, tried to explain the best I could that that's not what the city's
we're not a developer,
doing. Right.
so a developer
That would be a
would come
developer
in-
that does that, right.
That would
Okay.
come in and develop.
And also I didn't realize that this had to be done before the zoning, so, but anyways, I think I'm okay with it.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on the table to approve 10.2 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Ms. Teague.
Thank you.
Do appreciate it. Okay, then moving on to 10.3, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 12.03, Parking, Stopping, and Standing, Section 12.03.006, Parking restrictions on specific streets to reduce the area of the no parking zone along Shadow Mist Drive, specifically the southernmost end of the street from Avedisian, thank you, to the dead end. And this is a first read as required by the city charter. And Ms. Mortz, thank you for correcting me on that big word. I don't know, all those vowels.
Well, this one's at the city council's request.
Right.
Y'all wanted to lift the no parking restrictions
Right.
from Avedisian all the way to the dead end. So did you need me to go
Okay.
through this or no?
This was from the discussion that we had last meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
When we had the issue of the soccer field and all of the people and no parking and all that. Would y'all want to see the presentation or just approve? This is our first read, though.
Oh. Can we just move this to the consent agenda for next meeting?
Okay. All right. Is that a motion?
If I need a motion?
Well,
No.
that's okay. We don't need a motion because it's a first read. Okay, so we'll just move this to the consent agenda. Thank you. All right. Moving then to agenda item 10.4, discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council ordering a special election to be held on May 6, 2023 in the City of Leon Valley for the purpose of allowing qualified voters to vote for or against the reauthorization of the local sales and use tax in the City of Leon Valley, Texas at the rate of 1/4% to continue providing revenue for maintenance and regular municipal streets. And this is our first reading as required by the city charter. And Ms. Postlelet, you're here this evening to present. Welcome.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mayor and Council, the mayor just said it. That's pretty much the presentation. We're just calling the special. This is along with the other specials.
Okay, but we originally had all of this in the consent agenda,
Right.
and then we got corrected. Yes.
Right.
So this,
City manager.
this particular called for election has to be done by ordinance.
Mhm.
The county didn't give us all of the information until after our last council meeting, and so
Oh,
we have to
yeah.
have a second
Mhm.
read to this prior to the 17th of February. And your next council meeting isn't till February 21st. So I need 3 of y'all here to do an ordinance. This one wasn't our fault.
Mhm.
And so we need 3 of y'all here to call this between now and the 17th. So any of y'all available sometime next week, we can do it again at 7:30 in the morning and just knock it out. But we do have to have a second read on this item before the 17th of February.
Okay, so
And this is I will say we did this 10 years ago when Letitia
has
was
it been
here.
10 years?
Yes. 10 years.
It's every 10 years that we have to reauthorize. I can't believe it. Wow.
10.
Well, it was 2007, right?
No.
No. I take that wrong. It was the first sales tax that we
2015.
passed, right?
Yes.
Was the street maintenance because everybody wants good streets.
It was
And then it was the economic development tax.
Yes. It was 2013 was the last time you
Okay. Yeah, I think it was 2007.
And then y'all, I think it was like a 7-year, and then y'all got it up to 10 years.
Mhm.
So then went from 2013 to now.
Mm-hmm. I think did the legislature increase it to 10 years, I think? Is that what it was? I can't remember.
Nicole?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But I know this is a real important to our
Okay, so
city.
you had to reauthorize it every 4 years.
Every 4
And,
years. Okay.
Mr. Longoria, one of the previous city managers, had gone to the legislature with some other people and got them to rule that we could have it for 10 years.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that piece of legislation says general law city. We are now home rule. And so at the end of the 10 years, now you're going to have to start the reauthorization every 4 years again.
Oh, no.
Unless y'all want to go to the legislature and say, can we change general law to general law and home rule?
Okay. All right. We could do that. Very good.
So we
All
just
right.
need to set a special meeting, date and time.
Yes, a special meeting. What's the pleasure of the council? Friday morning or this week or next week? What do y'all think? I mean, I'm flexible. I can't do it next Tuesday, though.
How's Monday the 13th
Monday the 13th?
at 7:30
Y'all
before
wanna-
y'all's day gets started? I just need 3 of y'all.
Y'all want to do the Super Bowl, huh?
He's-
Okay.
The 15th, since the mayor can't do the.
I can't do the 14th. I've already got a
at
8
plan.
o'clock
So,
appointment.
the 15th at 7:30.
Hold on. No.
Oh, no.
Busy week.
There's always an excuse, right? Okay.
7:30 Saturday morning.
I can do 7:30 Saturday morning.
I can't be there. I was saying for y'all.
Oh, wow. Thanks.
No.
Wednesday's good.
Wednesday
the 15th.
at
Let's do
7:30.
that. Wednesday the 15th at 7:30 here. And 2/15/23 at 7:30 a.m. And who all will be here besides Mr. Stevens,
Okay, the 15th,
myself,
I could be here. at
Mr.
15th.
Martinez? Okay. And you'll be here? Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. So we will move this then to, if there's no objection, to the consent agenda at the next meeting. No.
15th.
We've got to vote for it. Hello, I knew that. Okay, I just had made a note of it on consent. Okay. Very good. Thank you all very much for that. Agenda number 10.5, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an amendment to Resolution 22-009R, a tree variance request to remove additional trees at Poss Landing subdivision and to pay a larger amount of fees in lieu of replanting trees located at 7213 Heidmer Road that was previously approved. And Ms. Mortz, this pains me, but that's okay. I hate to see trees go. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
And so this is to consider amending the resolution y'all passed, which to allow them to remove an additional 30 medium, 14 large, and 9 heritage trees at the Poss Landing subdivision. Right now, the address is 7213 Heidmer Road. You approved the rezoning of it to a planned development district in 22. Also approved variance request to remove 80 medium, 110 large, and 7 heritage trees. Also in 22, the plat was approved. The replacement plan is still to plant 2 trees per lot. It's 86 lots, 172 new trees. Tree mitigation fees were at $59,150. After the design and layout, they realized that more area would need to be graded for home, street, and drainage, and so that has resulted in the requirement to remove more trees. The request is to allow the removal of an additional 30 medium, 14 large, and 9 heritage trees from the site, and to allow an increase to the cash in lieu of fees from $59,000 to $135,000. And see these gray areas? This is the part that where the trees are located that they were hoping to save but cannot because of grading.
Because of grading? Is that what you said?
Grading the land.
Grading
for
the land.
homes.
Okay. Thank you.
And so the code, here's all the code questions again. And the new mitigation summary. And the code also states that you can grant a variance if you feel that that it's necessary. The tree mitigation fees of $135,000 will be paid into the tree mitigation fund. That fund is restricted to supporting additional tree plantings at approved sites in Leon Valley. And the granting of this variance would facilitate the development of the new housing, which will increase the city's sales and property tax base. Staff recommends approval of the request as this land has already been rezoned and platted. It sort of gives them a development right. And that's all I have.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Hefner has a question.
Ms. Moritz, in the original variance request, did we stipulate the size of the trees that were being replanted, two trees per lot?
I think we did. In fact, I think we had talked about they weren't going to do inches, they were going to do bucket sizes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think in addition to this, right, I think we should, if they're cutting down specifically the big heritage trees as well as several more large trees, do we know how many trees would be remaining on the site? Because I think they had those numbers in the original variance as well.
That's my question was, yeah.
So they just cutting out everything, leaving nothing?
No. They're still leaving a whole bunch of trees.
Okay.
But we don't know the total number of trees removed versus saved?
We do. It's on that page. She's already, it's in the PowerPoint.
Well, I figured out that on the medium-sized trees, there's only going to be 3 left from what they want to remove, and the large, out of 41, they're going to leave 27, and the heritage, they were going to leave 12, and now they're going to cut all of them but 3. Right. So, but anyway, there's nothing. Okay.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Increase the size?
Percentage of them.
Yeah.
Do we remember?
Go ahead.
Do we remember, like, was it like 5 gallon or 10 gallon, or how did we do that in the last?
See, because I think we're getting confused with Mr. Shahadi because he went down to the smaller size tree, remember, on his tree variance?
Right. Why don't you
but I don't know about this one because this one was last December when we took it.
You could
took it up.
Say the 2 trees per lot, but one of them has to be 20 gallons per each lot.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound good? Is that appealing?
I think that's very reasonable.
Okay, so, so I'll make a motion that we approve this item as presented with the amendment to require that of the 2 trees per lot, one of the trees be at least 20 gallons and the other tree 10 gallons.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Stevens and a second by Counselor Hefner to approve agenda item 10.5 as presented with the amendment that of the 2 trees that will be planted on each of the 86 lots, one will be a 20-gallon tree and one will be a 10-gallon tree. Any further discussion? I have a question that I wanted answered, and that is, what's the impact on flooding when you take out more trees? That uses it to, to absorb the water.
If this was a heavily sloped lot, then I would say it would have more impact, but it's really kind of flat right there.
Oh, okay.
And
Well, I know we have those 2 detention
more-
ponds at the entryway, so I didn't know if it was going to need to be readjusted or anything like that. No?
No, ma'am, I
Okay.
don't think so, because the
Okay.
detention pond, I mean, look at the number of houses went down as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Mr. Martinez, are you going to vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, then we've got presentation 10.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution allowing Hydrogeologic Incorporated, a subcontractor for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, to utilize 6401 El Verde Road, which is right across the street from us, from March 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2023. And Dr. Caldera, are you going to present this? Thank you, and good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
Uh-huh.
So I didn't realize, but they're here, and I would
Oh.
have recommended that you move this item up, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't
no,
know.
not a problem.
Who is
so,
that? Hello, and what is your name? My name is John Sandoval. John Sandoval. Thank you, Mr. Sandoval, and we welcome you, and thank you for your patience. Okay. Go ahead.
And so, essentially, HGL is asking the city to use the building across the street. They're getting ready to remediate the plume, which we've been discussing for a really long time, and they're just asking to use the building for approximately 7 months across the street. They are willing to pay $300 a month in rent and $150 in utilities. There is some office equipment that's in there already, like some desks, and they're just asking to utilize the desks that are in there. That's basically the request this evening. I attached their letter. I put together the presentation. Ms. Warren already reviewed the lease and provided her recommendations, and that agreement should also be part of your packet as well.
Okay.
And so if you have any further questions from myself or for
All right.
HDL, they're more than happy to answer.
Any further questions from, well, I mean, it's just sitting there, so I think it's good to have it used, number one. And I guess, and I didn't see, Ms. Warren, if it goes beyond 7 months, is that addressed in the lease?
Yes,
And it'll just be month to month. Okay, I did not see that, so, okay, very good, thank you. That was my only question. Anybody else? All right.
Ms. Warren, do we have the ability to, at the month-to-month point, say no more?
Yes.
I know that was an issue we faced with another land rental that wasn't clearly articulated in the past.
Yes, month to month means it's a 30-day tenancy.
Okay.
And so you just give the notice required, and then that terminates it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, very good. Anything else? So what's the pleasure of the council on agenda item 10.6?
Motion to approve as written.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve 10.6 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you, Mr. Sandoval. Thank you, and appreciate you being here. All right. Moving then to agenda item number 11, citizens to be heard. Anyone want to address the council? Oh, Ms. Moritz. All right.
I'm
Good
just
evening.
here to correct a mistake
Oh,
I
okay.
made earlier.
Uh-oh.
So the plat.
The plat.
It's not by resolution, it's by mayor and council communication, so the M&C. So as long as the M&C says approved on it, we take it to Bear County and we file it. So there's no resolution, no ordinance, no nothing.
Oh, okay, just the M&C.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
very good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And how long does that take when it goes through Bear County? Is it relatively quick?
It's immediate. I take
Just
the plat
immediate?
down there, they run it through their machine,
Okay,
and it's
so
fine.
then it's ready to be developed whenever we go to that next step?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thanks. All right, anyone else? All right, then we'll move then to agenda item number 12, and I'll go ahead and read it and then ask Dr. Caldera to make a comment as well. Request from members of City Council to add items to future agendas per section 3.10, subsection A of the City of Leon Valley's Code of Ordinances. At a meeting of City Council, a member of City Council may place an item on an agenda by making a motion to place the item on a future agenda and receiving a second. No discussion shall occur at the meeting regarding the placement of the item on a future agenda. So, yes, Dr. Caldera, go ahead.
So we've had two incidences, and I'm going to use Mr. Hefner's as an example. He requested that the VIA item be added to the agenda, but he did not get a second for that. And then at that meeting, he didn't give a date determined. And then per our conversation, he wanted it on a specific date, but I didn't have a second. And so it's scheduled, that particular item is scheduled to go on the February 21st meeting. But I just want to make it clear from now on, when y'all add items, to please get a second. We'll leave this agenda wording on here so there's no confusion as to when the agenda item needs to go and whether or not there's council support for it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Yes, did you have something to add? Yes, sir.
Yes,
go ahead.
ma'am. And I think the second one, I think we did get the second, it was just late for this
Which
one,
is the
right?
red light camera one. right.
Yeah, so just for citizen awareness, we passed a resolution by this body unanimously in 2021 as part of our efforts to lobby the legislature, the state legislature, basically saying unanimous support from this council to end red light cameras in our city. We're bringing that resolution back to renew it. As our partners at the State House have said, that would be helpful as we go through committee testimony. So that'll be something we'll add to the next agenda.
Okay. Yeah, and just a reminder, the reason we didn't put it on this agenda was because of the 8 days. We have to have 8 days before. So it's the Monday before the Tuesday meeting, so, okay. Yeah, so it'll be on the 21st agenda. Is there any other future agenda item that the council would like to add? Yes, Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, so I have two of them.
Okay.
And if I could get a second, because I don't have it on either of these. One of them is an amendment, golly, why can I not talk? An amendment to our fence ordinance preventing half-size fences in zones R1 and R2 in the front yard.
Per the town hall meeting discussion?
Per the town hall meeting discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll second that for the agenda.
And then the other agenda item is action on implementing a homestead exemption increase to 10% per section 11.13N of the Texas Tax Code.
I'll also second that on.
Cool. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, I did have another one. So I did meet with citizens after the town hall regarding short-term rentals. We're having some discussions, very similar to how we did with the animal ordinance. We want to craft it, have something that's amenable to all the interested parties, and then we'll bring it back. So I'd like to put that kind of on our pipeline of things that we'll address. Date not yet certain.
Okay, but the two that you have, Mr. Stevens, are not date certain, right?
So the
That's what I was
tax
wondering.
exemption one, we already had a second because he replied to the email. Anyway, I had a second already via email, and so it's getting ready to come back to the 21st anyway, because he's got that PowerPoint done.
I'm sorry, which one is that?
The exemption.
Homestead,
That exemption.
221,
Not the-
20,
yeah.
2023? Okay, and what about the
And so
amendment?
the fence one probably won't come back till March. Because
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's in the zoning code and it's got to go to the zoning commission. I could be wrong. Where's Melinda?
Who knows?
I think it's got to go there first. So it'll come in the future, but I'll put it on the pipeline.
I do want to emphasize with the homestead exemption, we need to have it completely done, past second read or whatever, by July 1.
So we're going to bring it because I need the direction from the entire council because that's how we build our budget. So if you are going to include an exemption and that's the direction you're going to go, that's why we're bringing the presentation in February, because I can't start building the next year's budget
Well,
without knowing that.
Because that's going to impact how much money we have. So you'll have the
I'm gonna
financial
do- I'm gonna-
implications to that
Yes.
as well?
Yep,
Okay.
I already have I'm going to do a 5 and a 10 for y'all so you can just
Okay.
kind of see the difference.
Okay, great. That's what I,
So I'll second Counselor Hefner's other addition to the,
oh, the short-term rental?
Pipeline.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Bradshaw and Hefner. Okay, very good. All right,
Mayor?
yes.
And I
Yes,
guess
sir.
this would fall under the city manager's report
Mhm.
as far as an update on the jazz festival that we're having. I understand they were still working on having the VIP tent.
Oh.
And
We have a VIP tent.
you do have it after you got sponsors for that?
I don't know if we got sponsors, but we have a tent and it's going to be VIP.
Or we're gonna be inviting other,
It'll be y'all as far as dignitarians and some other, like commissioners and stuff like that.
Well, we actually have a presentation before the March 25th event on,
I can add one for the next meeting if that's something that
or
y'all would like to.
maybe just a memo. It doesn't matter. Just, like I said, I had a citizen call me about it, and she said it wasn't even on the,
The end time wasn't on there because they were a little bit fluid as far as the entertainment was
Yeah.
going, and so there wasn't I didn't want to put out there, we end at 8, and then the residents complain because they went to 8:30 or
Oh,
9, because
okay.
it's not as structured as July 4th. There's a little
Okay.
bit of, but
All right.
we're going to put 8 o'clock and we'll get everybody to sign.
okay, that sounds good. Yes, sir.
One more thing,
Go
sorry.
ahead. No,
Also, kind
not-
of tagging
not at
on to
all.
Mr. Orozco's note about city manager's report. I saw, or I had a citizen bring to my attention that there was a discrepancy between a previous city manager's report and what was in the Lions Roar regarding the segment 1 of the hike and bike trail. I think what was in the Lions Roar said that hike and bike trail construction for segment 1 was not expected to be done until this time next year. And that may have been some confusion, but I'd like to see in the city manager's report where we are with construction. I know groundbreaking's already taken place and when we anticipate that to be complete.
I thought it was in there.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, they're already there. They're
I think they
already started.
said 6 months, which I couldn't believe.
That's ridiculously long.
I thought he said 6 months, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah, he said 6 months, yeah. thought
I mean, that's what he said. He did.
Yeah, because it was a
Well,
father and son.
we've been waiting since
20-plus
I have to
construction.
look and see what it said in the
2015,
Lions
so-
Roar, and we'll
Yeah,
make a clarification.
I don't remember that either. Okay. All right, so we're not going to adjourn, but we are going to reset, was it recess back into executive session so we can finish up the evaluation of Dr. Caldera? So if there's no objection, at 8:11, we'll move back into executive session for agenda item number 2.1 as read at the beginning of the meeting. Does that be all right? All right, thank you. right, let me come back. We are back from our second executive session at approximately 9 o'clock. And on agenda item number 2.1, and we will stand in line for a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that pursuant to our discussion in executive session that we approve a 10% raise for City Manager Dr. Crystal Caldera effective as of the contract effective October 1st of 2023.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve a 10% raise for Dr. Caldera's contract beginning October 1st, 2023. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Congratulations, Dr. Caldera. We're really happy for you. All righty, thank you. And if there's no objection, let's move to adjourn at 9:01 on Tuesday, February the 7th, 2023, and we will have a meeting on February 15th of next week to see the second reading of our election for street maintenance. So with that said, y'all have a good evening. Good evening. Thank you.